Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Monday, June the 17th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses. Thank you, Green. And in our YouTube room, if somebody can just let me know, you can hear me, see my screen, that will help. Thank you. So, what's happening this morning? First of all, the trade of the week, Kodak. Not Kodak, I'm sorry. Where is it? Just a minute. It is Kodak, sorry. It is Kodak, but on a pullback, okay? So the suggested entry is 540 on a pullback. So if it doesn't hit that 540, there's no trade. So that is the trade of the week. Now, let's see. There are a few cheap ones here. SCNI, still kind of hanging in there. Actually, I guess it isn't. It's off about $1.40 from the highs. Trying to see if it had any news. I can't see any specific news on it. It's a crazy low float. Another one that's under 1 million shares. So it's one of those low float situations. Israeli stock, 11 million shares have traded already. Got to be something out there. Maybe some group has got a hold of it. Not shortable for me, of course, at Interactive Brokers. ALLG is assuming the top spot now. ALLG. Now, this does have some news. After its majority shareholder, Meridium, announced a transaction framework. I see. So this might be a kind of a buyout. Could be a buyout at 170. So let's forget about that one. TRNR. I don't see any specific news for this one. TRNR, another low float, pretty low float, 21 million in the float. Don't see any specific news on it though. TRNR. Now on the downside, wow, Ovid, negative data. Interesting when I read this, Japanese company called Takeda, I guess they bought the rights to the drug that Ovid has. And this is, what do they pay for it? Yeah, I mean, they paid $196 million for this. Anyway, late stage failure of that drug. So, wow. And that is Ovid, OVID. And they finally did a financing. LGVN, after soaring for 3 days, they did a financing. And that's why the drop in the pre-market. Where is SMFL? It was up here. Looks like it's dropped a lot then. I can't even see it anymore. SMFL. Yeah, that's the reason. Big pop up to 425, back down to 337. So it's, no, there it is. Yeah, it is here. Right down there, SMFL. But it has pulled back quite a bit. I don't see any specific news on it. Another low float, 1.6 million in the float. You are right, William. Exercise of the options, but I mean, that's obviously slammed the stock down. You're right. I just look at it as some kind of a financing. Exercise of the warrants are 4.4 million gross proceeds. And NNE, yeah, nice continuation so far. NNE, great day on Friday. IPO-ish, right back here. High. That's right. This is it's the one from Sam Altman. So the high, its high is 1072. I don't think this is the one from Sam Altman. I think there's another one. At any rate, the all-time high, it's only been trading for 6 weeks now, is up here at around 1070 something. Whether I think I'm going to stick an alert there. Look how crazy this EVAX was, guys. I saw this. I heard the pop up all the way up to 460 and then the drop down to 290. So they announced the publication of phase 1 dose, escalation of their drug. The initial reaction was way up here and then an immediate drop. And that is for the EVAX. And I suppose we might as well keep an eye on GME. I guess they're on again, off again. Annual meeting. I guess it was scheduled for Thursday, then Friday. Now it's Monday at 12:30 Eastern time. So ahead of that, not really that much action for GME. You guys are talking about MBIO. Is this under 50 cents? Is that why I don't see it? That's the reason. Okay. Yeah, I have a minimum of 50 cents on these two scans. So, but no kidding. Look at that. 12 cents to 41 cents, 42 cents. So they did have some news. Here's the news. I'm just sort of flashing it on the screen. All right, guys, I'm just looking to see if there's anything else. The CNSP, that was a big one on Friday, but it had a massive sell-off. Yeah, I mean, it got up to 839 or so, closed down here at 3. Net, I don't see net anywhere, so let's so it's up. Okay, it's up 1.5%. I guess that's why I don't see it. Not a lot of volume yet. Big float. However, I think I see what you're looking at though. Yeah, so a nice break on little volume, small volume so far on the weekly chart. Yeah, so on the weekly chart, you have a high, next high, looking left around 92. I guess that's why you're looking at it, Marvin. All right, guys. Well, see if there's anything else that's I think this AAN is, I believe it's a buyout. Yeah, AAN is a buyout. So that's nothing really to see there. Big lots. What's happening with big lots? Not much. Well, I guess we could keep an eye on, well, it's got a ways to go. 384 is the next high looking left on the daily chart for CNSP, not including Friday's high. Okay. That's a big spike up, but yeah, so I'm not really seeing too much happening, guys. Hardly any earnings plays. I do see one SWIN. I guess this is an earnings play. At least we have it listed as an earnings play. I don't see any, actually don't see any news on it though, as far as earnings is concerned. So I have my doubts. It is actually an earnings play, SWIN. Of course, this was the crazy one 3 weeks ago, and even crazier back in March, getting up to $73. Okay, this is the one that I think we might. Well, somebody mentioned that it has something to do maybe with Ethereum, ETH. Maybe if ETH has starts having trading. Just give me a moment. Sorry about that. Yeah, so if Ethereum has the same starts getting these ETFs like Bitcoin did, I guess that is the. So I mean, we talked about this. This was the conjecture anyway back in this May the 20th, the week of May the 20th. All right, guys, 912. Let's take a look at the major sectors and see what's happening. The market, we're in for a kind of flat. All right, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So XLE, the major ETF for energy, 60% in red. That means that 60% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from Friday's close. And if we check here, so you can see the semis, SMH as an ETF. And KWEB, well, KWEB, it's only a 0.8% China ETF. But semis are looking pretty strong this morning, SMH. Yeah, so I'm not really seeing anything jumping out at me in terms of some kind of an outlier, some sector that's way down or the majority down, but some stock is way up. LUMN, maybe. I mean, it's not way up. It's 1.77%. It's super cheap. So I'm surprised it's in the communications as part of XLC. Anyway, nothing really as standing out for me. Remember the gaming stocks on Friday and the airlines? Let's take a look at what they're doing. So let's take a look at Jets. Yeah, really doing nothing. Let's take a look at Penn. I know Penn was, not very much volume yet. And also the cruisers. Actually, CCL's got some volume this morning, and it's sort of sitting right on the 200-day moving average, CCL. But a lot of them look just like this, big red candles, red bars on the daily chart on Friday. And that was the gaming stocks, cruisers, airlines. Oh, here it is. Yeah, AVTE just showing up here now. Whoa, no kidding, disaster du jour. Wow, I thought Ovid was going to be bad. Look at this. Thank you, AVTE. That just showed up. 90% after it must be late stage. Wow. Can you imagine waking up to this? And you look at the trading in AVTE the last couple of weeks. No inkling this was going to happen. It had come off 15 and it got up to 25. And then this news comes out and just getting clobbered. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Not that I want to short it now, but and there's the key phrase or the key sentence. The study did not meet its primary endpoint for improvement compared to the placebo. Now, KAVL is down this morning, but I notice that it is trying to have a little bit of a pop here now. KAVL is down this morning, 28%. If you're looking for a reason, I have no specific other than the fact that probably should not have been up the way it was on Friday, but still above Thursday, way above Thursday's close. And again, KAVL, very low float, verified, 855,000 in the float. Remember this one, guys, when they announced that they were not going to do a financing? It had the big pop up, LRHC, right back down now. This one I did see earlier, THAR. This is where I saw it. It actually popped up to 442, but it's dropped right back down. So trying to see if there's any. Yes, there was some news, phase 2. So initial reaction was obviously pretty positive, and then I don't know, reality sets in. Okay, Casa, or sorry, Amen, NRIX with an upgrade. Piper Sandler, target of 35. Hey, you know what had an upgrade? Best Buy, guys. Best Buy had an upgrade by UBS up to 105, I believe. And Best Buy trading higher if UBS upgraded the stock from 85, its original target of 85 to 106. So that's Best Buy. It's been on a nice run, actually. Ever since its earnings. I mean, look, yeah, it had earnings on May 30th, and there was a reaction, and it has been really, really solid since its earnings release on May the 30th. That is BBY. Just one moment, please. Anyway, yeah, look at Best Buy. Okay, and decent volume already. Well, not bad, 33,000. I wonder what Corz will do this week. CORZ, CORZ. What will it do this week? Now, take a look at IREN. Yeah, finally had a pullback. I think they do kind of the same thing that Coors does. Okay, guys. Yeah, what I'm gonna do now is get the layout that I use once this market opens. What? Should be pinned. Okay, guys, give me a moment as I rearrange one window. Okay, yeah, so this is what I use once this market opens, and a couple of races to start. Give me one moment. Okay, guys, I'm just rearranging some things. So yeah, so I'll have these two races going. Depending on what the market does, I'm either going to be showing the large cap losers from the start of the race, or the large cap gainer. Something going on here. Yeah. Okay. So sorry about that. Again, depending on what happens today, I'll either have the large cap losers from the start of the race or the large cap winners, gainers from the start of the race. I will have this on my other monitor. I am sharing all three of the races. And as always, if you have our AI, this is what I would do. I would just have this window open, okay? And to load this window, the strategy trades all, just click on new from the toolbar, click on new, and then pick the middle one. There are three that start off with premium AI. Pick the middle one that says premium AI strategy trades window. This is what you're going to see. Nothing happens in this window until at least 9:40, okay? That's on purpose. And the other thing I would do is make sure in the filter section it says none. I would uncheck anything. And because, in my opinion, anyway, it's good to see the alerts all day long. All right, we have less than a minute, guys. Less than a minute to the open. Let's have a great start to this trading week. Now we have it's kind of a weird week in that we have a market holiday on Wednesday. There's a market holiday on Wednesday. Okay. All right, we're set to go. Yeah, this is the Joanne. This is the link to the main room. Second year, I think, Poe, of an official market holiday. So the reason why there's nothing happening in here is that no stocks are meeting the filter requirements, either in the large cap gainers or the large cap losers. Okay. Now, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I do try to let things settle down a little bit. And this is going to look really strange at the beginning, okay? The large cap losers, because right now there's only one stock. That's why you see a giant font for it. Wow, look at Bitcoin, guys. I'm looking. I see about a drop of about 1,000, and there's Mara on the way down. MARA, Mara on the way down. Okay, guys, NNE is still. Let's see the high. Its all-time high is up here at around 1071. All right, so we've got Dow is down, Nas is up a little, SPY is down a little. This is of course, we're only a minute in, 2 minutes into the market. SCNI, guys. Yeah, SCNI. Very choppy action in the pre-market. Up, down, topping tails, bottoming tails. ON for whatever reason is on the way down here. Even though JP Morgan at 2 o'clock this morning maintains coverage with a $47 price target. PayPal, again, this is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown, okay? Early. I don't, but again, I don't take trades this early. But PayPal, PYPL. The next low looking left is on the weekly chart, around 58.85. You see what happened? It popped down, and I don't think there's any problem just waiting a little bit. But if you have a trading style that works in the first 15 minutes, go for it. Here's one that's very active right now, guys. Primo Water, PRMW, very active. Wasn't too active. I didn't see it really in the pre-market, but volume is picking up now. PRMW. Okay, we're starting to get more stocks now meeting the requirements, the filter requirements. Okay, guys, GME popping here. GME popping. Volume, some volume coming in. I don't know, maybe put a price alert the high in the pre-market. Again, the big meeting at 12:30 is, well, scheduled for 12:30 Eastern time. It's the shareholder meeting, okay? This is the annual shareholder meeting, so all right, guys. Well, we've got our well, actually, I missed these first ones. I didn't see the IPW, but here's TRNR. Just okay. Now this just got halted here, guys. TRNR got halted. It was all over the place in the pre-market, but now it is got halted. And I don't think I saw any news on this one that I could find. Whoa, this got halted on the way down. NNE got halted on the way down. Yikes. That's a big drop. 1048 down to 881. That is a big drop. Meds. So we've got a bunch of halts already. Meds. Look at meds now halted. And this is, as we speak anyway, this is through the 200-day moving average for meds, MEDS. So let's take a look at, here's some crazy, potentially crazy action. I doubt very much it's going to hold. So what you're seeing here, this is from Interactor Brokers, okay? This blue screen is from Interactor Brokers, nothing to do with Trade Ideas. So you can't see the symbol, but it is MEDS, halted at 789. Now, notice before, when I first put this up, it said $12. This is the potential of where it could open, okay? And you notice how this number just keeps changing. So we'll have to see once this opens where it does open. And the other one, of course, is the TRNR. Let's take a look at where this could open. So again, there's the symbol, 597 on the halt, $6. So no huge clue as to where this could open. All right, OCGN, didn't see this one in the pre-market. You really trade in the pre-market. Yeah, a lot of volume coming in now. Almost 500,000 shares on this volume bar, 15-minute candle. And that is OCGN. Here's another one on the move here, guys. Oust. OUST. Again, another one really didn't trade in the pre-market, just ripping now. AMCX, guys, on the way down, and they are doing a convertible debt deal, okay? So basically a financing. So that is moving down on a financing. AMCX. SCNI. A lot of volume coming in now. Low float. I'm gonna, you know what? I want to check another source. I want to see what they've got for the float. Yeah, about the same. Yeah, in fact, it is. Okay, so this is super low float, guys. It says SCNI. Okay, so if this is a 5-minute halt, this is going to open in about 12 seconds, 10 seconds from now, if it's a 5-minute halt. Okay, it looks like it's going to open above that 597. And yeah, exploded above it. Yeah, it exploded above it. Got up to 640. So it didn't do what I was hoping it might do, which was open and then maybe come down below the halt price and then pop above it. Not even close. So this is just exploding now. I mean, it's a low float, but it's not a crazy low float. At 21 million in the float. Boy, this is just getting thumped now. NNE, just getting absolutely thumped. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers for NNE. It just opened. It's almost like they've done a financing, but I just cannot see any can't see any news on this one. I can't see any reason why this got just hammered down. Meanwhile, obesity drug, HIMS has still been strong ever since they made that announcement. This is back May the 20th, I guess. Might have even been here, but it's been very, very strong, has not really had any severe pullback. Anybody get any news on this one? This, this TRNR. Anybody see anything on it? I just don't see anything. I think they. The IPW, did this got halted on the way down again? Yeah. No, maybe on the way up. Might have got halted on the way up. Look at that bottoming tail here. Okay, so there was some news on this one. New CEO, I guess. I guess a new CEO. And that's XPOF through the 200-day moving average, way down here. Next high looking left on the weekly chart is 1467. So it's got a little bit of room on the weekly chart. That's XPOF. That's what I thought, Jay. I sort of remembered that they did a reverse split on Friday, TRNR. A lot of shares available also to short for this one, interestingly, at Interactive Brokers, 1.5 million XPOF. All right, let's see where meds is opening, guys. So meds, yeah, the same sort of thing, 889. So it did not open below or even come down below. And there it is. So far, not giving me an entry. All right, TRNR, what is there any chance? Where's the VWAP here? I bet you the VWAP is way up. Yeah, 560. So that would be a big pullback. So that's really not going to help us. All right, I don't often look at NVIDIA, but you guys talking about NVIDIA. Okay, so obviously a bit of a sell-off. Okay, so IPW just resumed, guys. Now this has got halted on the way down, then got halted on the way up. LICY, guys, LICY had a big day on Friday, and it's near the, boy, if it can get through 5, what happens if it does? Gets through 5, the next highs are around 527, and then up here at around the 582 mark. Volume coming in, LICY. The high on Friday was 499. So it's basically at that high. Well, every day there's a crazy one, and this is obviously the crazy one. Hard to predict which is going to be the crazy one, but and it's funny because it has 21 million in the float, which is very low, but it's not crazy low like some of the ones we've seen under a million. But look at this thing go, and and also, oh, okay. Now I wonder if this is really the float then, or do we divide that by 40? This may not be adjusted. That could be the reason, because they did the reverse split on Friday. Let me just do a check. Yeah, there's about 500,000 in the float. Just give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys. So there's the TRNR. So yeah, so the float is really about 500,000. Okay. When I hear the term consolidation, does that mean the spread is not necessarily? I mean, the spread is the spread. I mean, you can have a stock that has a narrow spread. The whole you're talking about the difference between the bid and the ask can have a narrow spread all the time. It just means that they're not for whatever. Look at meds now. Just for whatever reason, there's just no action. But it really got. I mean, it could have something to do with the spread, but certainly not always. Keep an eye in GL here, guys. GL. This is one from Friday. Got this one thumbnailed. High on Friday was 79.81, but $1 away from that. Ooh, now I wonder how if this one can have any sort of a move here. So EMKR, I did see this in the pre-market, but I mean, look how ugly it was. And when I say ugly, I mean, look at this 15-minute chart on EMKR. Look, I mean, topping tails, bottoming tails, chopping up and down. No smooth trend one way or the other. That's what when I talk about ugly, that's what I'm talking about. So looking left, there's a high at 108, another high at 109, another high around 112. There's the big high, 144. So if it can get through 110 or so, maybe it's got a shot into that 144 level. I'll put a price alert around 113 and see if it takes it out. Another low float, 8 million in the float. Give me a moment, guys. Yeah, wow, LICY. Now, the last time we looked, this was a key area for to take out this LICY. You can see what it did. It got right into that area, 523. There's a high there, 528. There's a high of 528. So, I mean, if it can take that out, then it's got a shot into the the 560, 570 level. That is the LICY. I don't see any news on this one. Active day on Friday, of course. All right. Is this all China or just the EVs? Let's take a look at K-Web. See what's happening with China. Not really. So this is LI. Let's take a look at XPEV. Are they all dropping? And how about NIO? Well, LI certainly is the weakest one right now, guys. For the China EV plays, LI. So far, guys, I'm not seeing anything with a nice trend yet. I'm sure there's something out there, but I just don't see it. I don't care if it's on the way up or the way down. Hmm. And by the way, I should mention this right now. I'm very surprised at something. That promo for 28% off is still good. I would have bet just about anything that it was going to disappear Friday night because we do have a Father's Day promo, which is only 25%, but the 28% promo is still alive. And this is what I'm talking about. So if you went to my homepage, I just tested it this morning and I was really surprised that it was still active. So again, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Here's the promo code you can still use, Kitty28. You'll get 28% off. First month only or the entire year. I'm going to go over my homepage in about 15 minutes in more detail. ASTS, guys. ASTS. This is maybe looking a little interesting. It's had a nice 4-day run, 5-day run now from $8.36 to $11 today. Real cheap one, guys. For those of you who don't mind stocks under $1, GOSS. To me, though, it looks like it's coming into some resistance around 63 cents. Gosh, I mean, these are so, my opinion, they're just difficult to trade. But look at SINT. Look at the bottoming tails, topping tail here. Surprised this is not halted. Got it resumed. Okay, resumed earlier. SINT, probably a low float. Yeah, another one of these ridiculous low floats. 610,000 in the float. Next high looking left looks like it's around 684. Yeah, 684 on the daily chart. So it still has some room. I'm sure it must have been a reverse split not that long ago, perhaps. Maybe on the 12th, it says that they regained compliance with NASDAQ bid price requirements. So they might have done it on the 12th or thereabouts. Too bad. KVUE just showing up on my one of my other scans, but to me, it's coming into resistance. Could be resistance. KVUE. Just give me a moment, guys. Okay, EMKR, guys, EMKR. So a big level for it to be at right now, okay? EMKR, because you can see that the next high now looking left for EMKR, that was 112. Now the next high is 144. So if it can hold this 112, 113 area, leave it bases here a little bit, or is it just going to explode from here? Lots of volume coming in, low float, 8 million in the float. And I don't see any specific news on it, but you can see what it's doing. It's struggling a little bit to get through that high of 112. Yeah, so far that's a good alert from this is from our AI. I mean, we had the alert at 29.24. It popped up to 29.92 before it pulled back. So far, a pretty good alert from the AI. Okay, guys. All right, took some of this EMKR, okay? As long as it holds the 112 level. Now, XPOF is a good. This is why I think if you have the AI and you've got this none, if it doesn't say none in the filter box, if it says, if you've checked if you didn't do it, okay, this is the default. I don't agree with it. I think you should uncheck it and be able to track them all day long, because look at XPOF. Sure, had the alert, came, well, let's take a look at it. It had the alert, came way back down, but now it's back up to the alert price. You wouldn't necessarily know that though. Okay, so, and maybe this is a better entry down here. Maybe it hit a moving average or something that you like. Maybe the VWAP. So I would want to see them all day long. Okay. Boy, this is just continuing higher and higher and higher, guys. HIMS, obesity drug. Okay, guys, sorry, we're internal discussions happening. So VERO, let's take a look at this one. Can it do anything at all? Well, it's got some room to 135 or so, but it's again very choppy. Well, I'd call this a winner. I'm not in it. I did not take this one, MIRM, but this from our AI, 29.24 up to 20, almost 30. And the next high, looking left, right, it's right there. So you can see on the weekly chart, I mean, if it can take out 30 in a big way, then the next high is in the 30.80 level. And if it can get through that, then you've got this area way up here at 32. I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but all right, guys, SINT is, where are you? I think it's here. Yeah, the SINT. So, I mean, this is not easy in my opinion, because I mean, look at the topping tails and bottoming tails. You take one of these and where are you going to put your stop, you know? EMKR is moving a little bit for me now. Actually moving a nice percentage for me now, EMKR. So look at DraftKings here, DKNG. This also fell with, actually they had specific news to itself. That's right. On Friday, I was thinking it was something to do with all the other entertainment type stocks, but this has some room, 41.58. I mean, there's your next high looking left, 41.65. So not quite $2 to that next high. Yeah, you know, I'm just not feeling it. You know, I'm lucky to get out of this EMKR. Made, pennies on it. Got up to 125. Wasn't bad, but the minute it started getting down to that 120, I was in at 118. So I'm out. Yeah, look at GME now. So should be really interesting to see what happens today at their annual meeting scheduled for 12:30 Eastern time. Now they canceled it again or postponed it again. I'm just by way it's trading. All right, VRNA has a little bit of room, guys. I mean, the high on Friday, it's at the 200-day moving average. Okay, it's right at it. And the high on Friday was 1645, so it's got a little bit of room. Let's see if it can hold 16. All right. Well, okay. SCLX, I guess, has got some room, guys. I mean, if you look at the weekly chart, the next high is 263. We're at 180 right now. So, what's the volume like? Pretty good volume. Not a low float, 112 million, which can make it a little bit easier to trade. May not get the biggest bang, but okay, guys. Classic reason to always have the AI alerts up and running. Okay, instead of just looking at the profitable trades. You would have missed, very possible you would have missed all this. I mean, it got all the way back down to 1288. And there's the the 200. So the 200-day moving average is 13. So when it took out the 200-day moving average again and the VWAP again, which was still below the price, you might have looked at that and gone, you know what? I'm going to take it right here on the break of the VWAP, which was giving you a better entry than the original entry. I'm not saying they're all going to work like this, but if you have this profitable trades, if you have that checked, I would uncheck it. I don't agree with having that checked, but I think that is a default. Same thing, guys. I mean, LICY, just got to get through this. You can see exactly where it got to. 529, look left, 528, 528. If I can get through that, it's got a shot to the 558 level. And that's the LICY. Okay, guys, there's the DraftKings. I just mentioned the DraftKings, DKNG. There was that high of 39.84 that it had to take out. So now the next high is 41.65 on the daily chart. All right. Well, okay. Let's see if this can give us something here. Okay. So this one has been halted. NITO is halted. So just a brief explanation of where I may get into something like this. So it got halted at 10:20 plus 22 seconds. So typically they're 5-minute halts. So this should, if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 10:25 plus 22 seconds. So what I'm hoping for is that maybe when it opens, but doesn't look like I'm going to get my wish. Maybe it opens a little bit above 106, and then it comes down through 106, and then pops through 106 again. It might happen. In which case, I usually take the trade. Okay, this is not a recommendation to do the same thing. So again, maybe it pops, or maybe even when it opens, it opens a little bit below 106 and then pops through 106. So it could do one of two things: opens a little bit above 106, comes down below 106, and then makes its way through 106 again. But it doesn't look good with that. There's the projected open 125, but you can see how that changes. So again, this is from Interactive Brokers, this blue screen, nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. All right. Well, this is not quite dead then. TRNR, not quite dead. See if it takes out the high way up here at 852. Very low float. Remember now, it's not 21 million. It's more like 500,000. Okay, it's more like 500,000. This has not been reverse split adjusted yet. Just one moment, please. All right, guys. So yeah, put a price alert. I know it sounds crazy, but put a price alert, high of the day, and see if it blasts through that. And then that is for TRNR. All right, guys, it is 10:24. So this is about the time where I go over my homepage and all the information you can find on my homepage. So far, a nice short DAC on the GME. Wow, they have been snapped up. They have been snapped up, haven't they? I mean, there were 5 million on Friday. I'm talking about, let me just bring GME up. Yeah, there were 5 million shares available on Friday, and they have just been snapped up. Okay, guys, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So as I said earlier, this promo code is still alive, okay? Now, I'm surprised, but anyway, let's take advantage of it, or take advantage of it if you want. Kitty 28, that'll get you 28% off. See, that's the one I thought was going to be supplanting it, the one for 25% off, but you can still get 28% off the first month only, or the entire year, okay? And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use the code you see on my homepage. It may change, of course, won't always be Kitty 28, but using the promo that you see on my homepage will really help to keep this room free, because the room gets credit for the subscription. This is a free room, and to keep it free, that's how we do it. Take out subscriptions using my code, okay? As always, if you're going to take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos, starting off with the download and install, first startup and login. Introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows, okay? So what we try to do here is all the major sections in 10 short videos. If you're new to trading, Trading 101, a free series of videos for you. Free, okay? If you're new to trading. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it right here. Trade of the week, it's also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. It is Kodak. Let's take a look at what it is doing. Did it trigger? Oops, I got to type it in correctly. So no. So the suggested entry is on a pullback to 540. Okay, that is the suggested entry. So obviously, it's not pulled down to 540. Now, if you sign up for the trades of the week and you don't, or the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. Here's our user guide. Getting started. Now, more detail, a lot more detail about what an alert window is and what a top list window is. Stock racing, price alerts. You want to create your own watch list, things like that. Okay, you don't have to learn everything that's in this user guide, of course, but here's some of the major sections are right here. Certainly, I would look at alert windows and top list windows, though, okay? It's the whole basis behind trade ideas, really. Getting started series again. So daily support. I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One or the other trader takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Monday. Should be Chris Varley. I'll confirm that. And last, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, just scroll down until you see this center section. These are the scans that I'm currently sharing. I'm sharing 3 races. You see 2 of them. I have 1 of them on my other monitor, but here are the 3 races that I am sharing. This is the halts resumes is over here. This is the relative strength leaders from the close is down here. It's the same. I know it's not the same title, but I just short formed it here. But I am sharing a lot of other scans. You'll see me talk about the 10-day daily breakouts and downs. They're right here. All right, guys. So what is trade ideas? So I like to demonstrate this particular scan because it's an alert. It's an alert window. And I think this gives a good idea about what trade ideas is really all about. So we are excellent at real-time alerting. So if I right click on this scan, which I'm sharing on my homepage, and click on configure and summary. So this is the screening aspect, okay? A lot of screening programs are out there, but we can screen, of course, but what we're really, really good at doing is real-time alerting. So in this particular case, this is what this scan is looking for. The stock has to be between $1 and $100. These are all what we call ANDs, okay? Stock is between $1 and $100, and the current volume has to be at least 3, and the volume in the last minute has to be at least 1,000% of normal, etc. So all of these filter values have to be met. If they are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, you get a real-time alert. So the last time that happened wasn't too long ago. Okay, NBY, in fact, it just happened. NBY, and it's happening again. NBY, you can see what's happening. These are all real-time alerts. So if you like this scan, of course, you can have it. It's on my homepage in the scan section. But if you don't like it exactly the way I've structured it, of course, you can make some changes. Perhaps you don't like that price range, or maybe there's something else you don't like about it, or maybe you want to add a filter. Obviously you can do that. This is what I like to see. Doesn't have to be exactly what you like to see. Now, if you want to build your own scans, you can. This time I'll click on search. And you'll see right at the very top, these are the 2 most popular real-time alerts that we've got, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But if I keep scrolling down, you'll see that we have a lot of real-time alerts. And if I keep scrolling down, these are the filters that we've got. Notice we have a lot of them. Now, you don't have to learn them all. Okay, don't look at this and get overwhelmed thinking, man, this program is way too hard. I can't possibly learn them all. You don't have to. The only reason we have so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. Okay, so they had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and all these different filters so that for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for, okay? So again, don't get hung up on how many we've got. Personally, I only use the new high and the new low of the day and just a handful of the filters. That doesn't mean that the rest of these are bad. It just means that for my trading style, that's all I care about. Your trading style could be completely different, and you might find some other real-time alert that you might love. Yeah, give me one moment, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys. So this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. Okay. So if you have any questions, don't be shy. You can ask questions all day long. And if I can't answer them, if you're looking for maybe a type of scan that I may not have, one of the other traders at Trade Ideas may have something that you might like. Yeah, we know that TRNR is a reverse split. I know. Yeah, and that's that float data is should be more like 500,000. They did the split on Friday, I guess. Well, that was pretty ugly. So NITO opened, NITO. Yes, it did drop down below 106, but you know what? I will put an alert around 110 just in case it takes that out later on, but it doesn't look good right now. Misa. Okay. So you have to be a premium subscriber, right? So I'm assuming you know that. Okay. So this is all I would do. Click on new from the toolbar. Okay. And then hopefully if you see my screen, you can see we've got 3 that start off with premium AI. I would pick the middle one that says premium AI strategy trades window. Okay. That one. When you do that, this is what you're going to see. And I would also uncheck if profitable trades is checked, I would uncheck it. Okay. I think you should see the alerts all day long because sometimes they set up in different times during the day. Perhaps I use it like a watch list. Okay. And that's really it. No alerts happen until at least 9:40. You can see right here the earliest alert was at 9:43. Then there was one at 9:52 and at 10:06. So I would just incorporate this screen as part of your window, as part of your layout. And then when your low trade ideas tomorrow, before the market opens, assuming you do that, it'll be blank and just wait for the alerts to happen. And as always, how you trade them, if you trade them, will be up to you. But yeah, that's the way I like to look at them. I mean, you know, I know we have a channel devoted to it, but I think it's too much information. You know, I like to really keep it simple. Okay, give me one more moment. I'll be right back. All right, what is the market doing? So I guess we've had a little bit of a rebound in the Dow. Nas is still up. Just looking at the market right now, yeah, pretty choppy. This is the SPY, of course. All right, guys. So IREN, which has had a fabulous run, the high on Friday finally had a bit of a pullback on Friday, or a little minor sell-off on Friday. 1379 is the high on Friday. And if it gets through that, then the high on Thursday was for almost 15. So now you can see that the sellers really tried to knock this down. Okay. If you look at a 15-minute chart for IREN, look at all these bottoming tails. So again, what does that mean? Now there are some topping tails, but the bottoming tails seem to be little bigger. So at one point, this was these were all red bars. Okay. And the sellers had the price down, and then the buyers closed it up here. Sellers tried again, knocking it down. Buyers close it up here. Sellers again. And now at some point, the sellers may give up. Now there is a big topping tail now. So, I mean, it's not easy. I mean, there's just not a truly defined, well, the trend is up, but you've really, I mean, where are you going to put your stops? That's my issue on these sort of trades, potential trades. Okay, EVAX, guys, this is an all-time low. EVAX, EVAX is an all-time low, showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. The initial oh, that's right. We saw this one in the pre-market. The initial reaction looked pretty good, and then reality set in. initial reaction in terms of the data that they published. But the market says, you know what? Not good enough. Wow. They did a financing, I think, right? AMCX. Yeah, they did a financing. So you can see this showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown, 939, 1147, $11 now. Man, look at DraftKings now, guys. Mentioned this one just on this break right here. So DraftKings now is approaching 4165, which is that next high looking left on the daily. If it takes that out, 4208. AISP, guys. Wow, AISP. So now the next high looking left, 468. This has got some room. AISP has got some room. It's unfortunately we're in chase mode right now, and you know what? It's not really trading that that dramatically. Only 0.29 relative volume, so not a lot of volume really. So just a word about these races, okay? So you can see there's a top 10 list that has been automatically built and made up of the stocks that win the most races over the course of the day. So I'm running 4-minute races. This race is just about over, and Meds won that race. Okay, so what does it mean winning a race? So we'll the race. I mean, the race in theory doesn't start. I mean, well, I'm running 4-minute races, but it takes about half a minute. I'll call it to warm up, right? So you'll start to see at 30 seconds into the race, you'll start to see some movement in this list of stocks. And basically what it's showing me, okay, is that PEGY, since the race started, has moved 1.25%. You know, you'll just sort of see it right there. NBY has moved 1.21%, okay, since the race started. But you'll see that, you know, just because this is sort of leading a race right now doesn't necessarily mean by the end of the race this will be the winner. And you could see some other stock come out of nowhere and start winning the race or leading the race. Okay. So at the end of the 4 minutes, though, obviously there will be a winner. And so what happens is a top 10 list of the stocks that have won the most races is automatically built for you. So you can see, you know, TRNR won 7 races, the Meds won 2, etc. Down to NITO winning 1 race. So it automatically creates a top 10 list for you that you can watch all day long. So for instance, if I click on SCNI right now, let's see what it's doing. Now, if I had shorts available for this, I might be looking at a short on this one. I don't have shorts available though at Interactive Brokers. Or, maybe it's coming into the VWAP 629 and it is not, or maybe some moving average that you like. Okay. So the idea really is just to click on the alert on anything in this list. And the same thing here, okay? This is a top 10 list of stocks this is the biggest large cap losers from the start of the race. So CLSK won 4 races, and you can see why, because it had all these bottoming tails. This was moving down, 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 down. So this gives you some stocks to focus on, okay? Now, how does a race start? Or what is a race designed from? So all races start from a top list window. All right. Now you can create your own top list window. This is what I've got in this one. And I'll just show you what my filters are. So if the stock is between $1 and $50, the volume is at least 200,000 shares, up at least 2% from yesterday's close, Friday's close in this case. Okay. So if stocks that meet these filter requirements, they'll be in this list. Okay. That's what I'm basing the race on. So whatever stock meets these filter requirements and is moving the most since the race started, you'll see them. It's really that simple. And you can see what happens. Here's my top list window. So if I wanted to create a race from it, which this is the race, I just launched the real-time stock race. Okay, so of course you can create your own top list window with your own parameters and launch a race from it. And if you go to the guide, it'll show you, because people ask me, why did you pick a 4-minute race? I don't know. I mean, it's when races started, when we had the ability to create these races a couple of years ago, for whatever reason, I picked 4 minutes. I thought, okay, I'll just run 4-minute races. But you can control it, whatever time frame you want. Want to run a 1-minute race, 2-minute race, 4-minute, 10-minute, 60-minute race. You have control over the length of the race. Okay. And there's all sorts of other things in which you can, use to control what you see. But if you want my race the way it is, you can have it. I have 3 of them. The 2 that you see, and also this is just the reverse. This is just the reverse. This is the biggest large cap losers, and this is the biggest large cap gainers. This one up here, it doesn't care about what the market cap is. Okay. This one I have in the top list that I constructed. It has to have at least a $500 million market cap and at least 50 million in the float. And I do this because there are a lot of people that don't, that would rather, maybe take a look at larger cap stocks, bigger market cap stocks. So you can, but again, you can construct your top list with whatever parameters you want. Now, you don't have to wait for a race to be over to click on one of these symbols. If you see a symbol starting to move up the leaderboard, click on it, see what's happening. So you don't have to wait for a race to be over, or even for a stock to be right at the top for you to click on it. Now, I sort of dismissed this one, and I guess, I shouldn't have. Look at that. AISP, guys. I mean, 393, and it broke through that. Your next high looking left is 468. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. I don't understand your question, Misa. Is the rev? I don't understand your question. Oh, yes. Is there a way? Yes. Just like any other, just like your alert windows, if you remember how to do that, but it's the same thing. Just right click and go to actions. Okay. Actions. I have it checked as an example. Actions. And then if you sort of remember how to do all this, this is exactly the same as for an alert window. Just click to play sound, set up the sound. We now have two texts or two voices. We have a female and a male. Okay, you can have your pick if you want to go text to speech. You don't have to. Okay, otherwise use custom sound, and then you can select the sound. And just like before, we've got the three folders here. Each one of these folders has a bunch of sound alerts. Okay, you pick whatever one you want. You can always test it. Click on, just left click, highlight it. So I've left clicked on cash register. I can open it and then play it. I'll hear what it sounds like. If I like it, then I can say okay a couple of times, and then that sound alert will get attached to the window in which you started the process. So it doesn't matter whether it's an AI window or an alert window. Okay. And it's in the guide also, Misa. Okay. So if you forget everything I just said, don't forget you can go to the guide and just look for the sound alert section. Oops. Go to the education section and then go to the guide. And this is for anybody asking me questions about how to do something. Again, the guide I think is excellent. Here's the sound alerts right there. Okay. Because I may explain something, but you might remember for today, but maybe next week you want to put a sound alert on something. You think, man, I can't remember what he said. Well, it's in the guide. Or how to create a watch list of stocks you only want to follow. Things like that. How to create your own stock race right here. Well, if you click on my homepage link, you can find it. Okay. I mean, it's possible. I mean, I just like people going to my homepage. So again, if you click on my homepage link, I just put the link underneath. What I've tried to do on my homepage, of course, is to, create all the things you probably care about, my scans, maybe the trade of the week, and then the education section, okay, with the guide. And okay, not SINT, but SNT, guys. SNT is on the move here. Not a lot of volume. I mean, great relative volume, 25 times normal. Remember the relative volume filter, it looks at the time of day. So that means it's trading 25 times normal up to this time of day, 11 o'clock Eastern time. Now, I'd be looking at these, these are the large cap losers from the start of the race. I'd be looking at these when the market is doing something like this as potential bounce plays now. Okay. Now, unless the stock has something very specific to it for the reason it is down, if it has specific news, maybe it's an earnings play or again, some specific news, you might want to look at a lot of these when the market is starting to, come back like this as potential bounce plays. So when I look at TME as an example, this is coming into, I mean, this looks like a support area around 14. Last bit of my tea. TSLL, PJ, TSLL for the long for Tesla. Okay, guys. I mean, look at this market now. I mean, we are now SPY's gone positive. Dow was only down a little at the. I seem to remember it being down a couple of hundred. Now it's only down a little. Nas was always positive. Well, now, Casa, you know that tea has caffeine. Well, the tea I got, looking at my hands the way they're shaking, has got a lot of caffeine. I'm kidding, of course, but boy, I mentioned the Verona right around here, guys, around the 1620 mark, 50-cent pop now. And moving with the market. Everything is, well, not everything, but a lot of stocks, of course, are being helped by this market. This was already doing okay, but I'm not sure. Certainly the market is not hurting a lot of these stocks. Here's another one. Look at this one go, guys. GILT. Look at this pop here. You're not talking 40. Are you talking 45? You're not talking 45. C. Oh, yikes. Well, TME ain't moving. This is not moving. Oh man, should have taken this AMC X short. I mean, look at this. Did not take it. I did not take this AMC X short. Have the alert here. 1147 now 1076, and it's moving down on a financing, I think. Yeah, financing. $125 million financing. Yeah, I mean, I just couldn't chase it. I could not chase his guilt. Now, the next high, shoot, 620. 620 on the weekly chart is the next high. You can see where it's taking out, at least it's trying. If you look left on the weekly chart, you can see some action at Okay, there's 530, 530, 560, 560, 562, 564. So it's trying to take all that out. And then the next high looking left is 620. It's probably a low. It's not a low float. 56 million in the float. So another one of these satellite companies. So this is the news that hit this morning for this one. I didn't really see it in the pre-market. Well, yeah, I didn't see it in the pre-market having this sort of a reaction. So they're eyeing the IFC market expansion with Stellar Blue acquisition. So they made an acquisition, and that is GILT. All right, is this enough to get TNR going, TRNR going again? So it's up 6%. Well, it just won the race. In fact, it just won the race. And I mean, look how this works too. I mean, it doesn't have to be making a new high for the day. What happened is it was down here and then it started moving. And so it won this race. So this could be a great little pullback trade. The 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, what that Steve Gomez loves, is holding. Lots and lots of volume, guys. Remember, this only really has 500,000 in the float. So this has turned the float over about 64 times, okay? Just divide 500,000 into 32 million. So give it about, 64 times approximately. What's the news on SCNI? I don't think I could find any. Yeah, I don't see any news on it. They might have some news on Friday, but I can't see any news on it today. The news is crazy low float. I mean, that's really your news. Ugly. Now look at that. I mean, wow, that's why I wait. I mean, my goodness, look at this gilt, GILT. 573 and coming right back down to 5. How's Best Buy doing with that big upgrade? Yeah, I had an upgrade to $106 by UBS. It's the only reason I can see that this is moving the way it is. Had great reaction to earnings on May the 31st, and really it's just kind of continued. Well, guys, 12:30 Eastern time. That is when. Let me see if there's any update on that. That is when this annual meeting is supposed to start. Shareholder meeting is supposed to start at 12:30 Eastern time. All right, guys. TRNR is pulled back. Yeah, right. PJ. All right, guys, TRNR. I am really interested in this one. I want to see if this holds, and I might take it if it gets into the mid 70s and see if it has a run. Now, I'm not telling you to do the same thing, of course. Anyway, wow, in fact, it just dropped. There's the 10, I mean, the 10 SMA, Steve loves this. Steve Gomez loves this. The rising 10 SMA into it. Will it hold it? Yeah, I don't know. Well, this was a good one so far from our AI. MIRM. They're gonna, some topping tails and all. So you would have had to probably take some profit along the way. But I mean, the trend is still up. MIRM. There was the alert at 29.24. So there's $1. Yeah. I don't like that. This TRNR is just too choppy for me. Now, maybe later on in the day. Now, the MIRM, what sort of room does it have? 30, so 30.29 is the next high, then 30.80. So yeah, it takes out 30.29 and it's almost right there. The next high is 30.80. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there. What's the spread like on this one, this MIRM? Pretty good. Pretty bad. I had another one that came up. Yeah, not great. 12.25. I had the residual of another one that was that I thought was in the 30s also, but it was not the same stock. So not a great spread for MIRM. You guys are talking about SYY. Not bad. Now there's a nice trend. Yes, for sure. That is a nice trend. Not too many topping tails or bottoming tails. Actually, I have an alert set for GME above the high in the pre-market, I believe. Yeah, right up here, just in case. All right, TRNR is back. So let me see if I can take a closer look at this one. Nah, it's just too choppy. Right now, for me, it's just way too choppy. Because it was up to 660 just a second ago. Okay, guys, in about 40 minutes, I will be taking a break. And I'm just going to confirm that it'll be Chris taking over for me in about 40 minutes in our YouTube room. It is Chris. Okay. Maybe he's here listening to me. So Chris will be taking over for me in about 40 minutes. Well, TRNR could be one of those that has that move later in the day. Now, as long as it doesn't, keep falling all the way back down to here, but if it got back up to the sevens, at some point, and then just going to rest it for a while, and then maybe later in the day, pops through the high of the day and has a big move. Meanwhile, AMCX just continues down. Big miss by me. Maybe coming into support now. The next low looking left on the weekly chart is around 1043. So they did a financing. AMCX did a financing. Well, I don't mind playing them the day of, Bushmaster. I mean, I'm never marrying these things, but I don't know. Let's take a look at HYMC. That's how it's going. Remember. Yeah, so AMC has a I don't know what percentage of HYMC it has. And remember, they did a reverse split also. Okay, so this looks better than it is. I think they did a 10-to-1, 1-for-10 reverse split. So this is like a 26-cent stock. Gosh, look how ugly this was. Look at gilt, guys. I mean, just a little while ago, this was up to 573, and then it gets all the way down to basically a dollar drop. Lee. Look at MIRM now. All these topping tails. This, I may look at shorting this. I mean, all these topping tails. Buyers tried 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 15-minute candles in a row to close, to at least get, close it on the highs. It couldn't do it. Sellers kept moving it down. Eventually, the buyers are going to give up for a while. All right, guys. I mean, again, maybe this is a support level for AMCX. I'm looking at a weekly chart. The next low looking left is 1050. It's right almost there. Okay, guys, 30 minutes. I'll be out of here for about an hour. But I'll certainly be, when I say out of here, I'll be watching it at 12:30 to see what sort of reaction GME has. Yeah, I'm losing interest, PJ. I'm losing interest quickly. I'm just not seeing, that SYY was one of the nicer ones in terms of a trend. I remember, I think Lycee was up to five. Look at this. I mean, this was up to $5, came right back down. I mean, I like this one. I really do like the MIRM. The problem is that the spread is 30.06, 30.20. So you have to deal with that. It didn't have that spread because it does have the room looking left on the weekly chart. All right, let's take a look at PENN, PENN. I have this one thumbnail. That's why I sort of can see it. So, I mean, it's up a little bit today, trying to recover from that day on Friday. On Friday, when a lot of the gaming stocks did exactly that. Yeah, I agree on the ASTS. Somebody mentioned that probably has a better chance later on in the day. Big float, 124 million in the float. Boy, these guys just absolutely specialize. Shaw Law. They just specialize in trying to get people to join a class action suit. See them all the time. Intensive care unit, ICU, guys. It's not, let's see, where could this one go? So the next high looking left is 464. So that's too close for me anyway. If it were closer to 5, that I might be more inclined. Yeah, William, it looks like that's all they specialize in. That's all they do. Wow, look at this thing. NFE just cratering down here. NFE, 2-year low. So this is all about natural gas. Falls 3% to a 1-week low. Okay, how's UNG doing? Nice, PJ. Uh, that's crazy. Yeah, when the tax man cometh. Okay, guys, so ICU. Again, I just wish there was more room for this to run before it hit that next high looking left. Well, seriously, guys, if I weren't in this room, I'd be shutting my computer off. Maybe take a look in the afternoon because I'm just seeing too many. Look at cores here, CORZ. I mean, look at these bottoming tails and some topping tails. Yeah, I mean, I see what you're looking at, Bushmaster, but I mean, SCNI, maybe this has found a bit of a bottom. There's that 10 SMA is looming on top of it, right around 570. I'm going to bring up GME. I just want to see if there's any more news about. So this theater chain is not doing too badly, certainly compared to AMC, and that is CNK. I mean, not great, but I mean, I'm looking at the lifetime range, 35, 33%. 2 year, let's just take a look at AMC. So let's say 2 year, 88%. Yeah, look at that 2 year. It's basically at the low of 2 years, whereas the other one is at almost at the high of 2 years. Bambino di Oro. Okay. A little gold action. Now, I don't recall, I cannot take credit for a Dell short. Okay. Somebody else must have done. Now, look at TRNR. Ugh, bounced off 6. Not me, Bambino. I have not talked. I have not talked about Dell all day. So it's got to be somebody else. I cannot take credit for that. Next high looking left, 144.80. Ah, man, oh man, this MIRM, too bad. I just wish the spread was better. I mean, it looks great right now. I mean, look left, look left. The next high, 32.68. So they did have some news, encouraging data for rare liver disease therapy from two mid-stage studies. Baird has got maintaining coverage with a $39 price target. I agree, Doc. You know, there's really, I mean, it's obviously super interesting to see what happens at 12:30 ish. Now the last one only lasted 15 minutes. The last shareholder meeting. I have no idea how long this one's going to last. And will he or won't he make an appearance? Okay, we've got a news halt for APCA. Cheap one. Wow, look at this. I don't. Acquisition. This is a SPAC. Sorry, I thought this was $1. Well, I see two. Oh, this is the okay. This is another whatever this is, a warrant. I guess this is a warrant. Okay, at 2 cents. So APCA both halted down. How do I get? Well, you can go to my homepage. How do I get my layout? That's the question in the main room. So if you click on my homepage link and scroll down until you see the scan section, here they are. So these two I'm sharing. You can see biggest gainers from the open. This one right up here, and the large cap losers is right here. Okay, this is the relative strength leaders from the close is right here, and then here's the halts resumes. Now you can construct your own time frames, okay, for your charts. But if you're looking for the actual scans themselves that you can see, here they are, these four. Now I do have others on my other monitors, so you can also take a look at these ones, the breakouts and the breakdowns, especially the breakdowns, the 10-day daily breakdowns. Okay. So it's going to, pick and choose what you want. I don't like to create a giant layout because not everybody wants everything. So I just sort of leave it up to you to pick and choose what you might like. Isaiah, you've been talking about Micron for a while. MU? Yeah, not bad. After the big pull, after the big drop, and then a nice bounce off the bottoms. What is SMH doing? Does it look the same? Yeah, the drop and then the pop. Max charting, you won't like it, Dak, because I'm sure you only have our standard service, 10 charts, 20 with premium. Okay, maybe you will like it. Okay, guys, it's 11:50 now. Chris sometimes shows up a little bit earlier than noon, maybe around 11:55. If he's really nice and listening, that's what he'll do. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put the YouTube link in. Okay, so you can head over and listen to Chris. I think it's always a good idea to head over to YouTube when I do take my break. We have 5 days of the week, 5 different traders. Always a good idea, I think, to listen to somebody else's trading style. Also, Chris will have different scans from me, and so will the other traders. Boy, I remember when this was a lot more expensive, SFIX. I mean, a lot more expensive. I think it's during COVID. Yep. Look at this. I mean, this was an $82 stock back in March of 2021. Maybe I can. Just going to put the announcement in. Chris is not there yet, but I just want to get the announcement in. Now, why didn't I think about putting it up there before? All right, guys. Well, this is moving a little bit. Okay, the SNT is moving a little bit. I can't remember how much room it's got. Let's take a look at a monthly chart. So on a monthly chart, the next high is 216, and if I can take that out, then 238. I have my doubts, but meanwhile, AMCX, the best short that I've seen, once after that little jog up, best short in terms of pretty steadily down. Now coming into what I thought could be potentially some support. The low right there is 1050, so it's a little bit below that. The next low looking left is 987, so who knows? Maybe it gets down to 10. Ugh, look at him. Holy smokes, what a drop now after being straight up for the first until 10:15 and then splat. Look at this. Actually gone negative now, HIMS. It's amazing when you see these sort of moves. Not a low float either, 184 million in the float. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, I think Chris is in the YouTube now. Okay, guys, I'm putting myself on mute in the main room. I'll see you guys in about an hour. I put the YouTube link in the main room. So now, and finally, I'm not, yeah, just bored. So we're glad to hear that little pop, that little ping.
Excellent. I'm glad you're glad.
Sure, you're ecstatic in the room, but I don't even want to ask. Well, I'll ask. How are you doing in terms of any trades today?
I just have a couple of swing trades on. That's it. I've given up on day trading at this point.
Okay.
Until things change. I'm sure you know which things.
Yeah.
I can't give it the proper attention anymore.
Well, even on a day like today, where I can give it the proper attention, is been pretty deadly. Just no trending stocks. Well, none. I mean, very few.
Yeah.
And a lot of up, down, up, down, up, down. So hard to know where you're going to put a stop. It's really
no. That's exactly it. And I'm looking at some of the things that I've been watching for swing trades that I'm not even in. And while the market's kind of it's up mostly today and over the last however many days.
Yeah.
It's not, it's like you said, there's not a lot of trending going on the daily charts like that. So are things up? Yes, but they're not all pretty charts. That's for sure.
Take a look at HIMS. I was just talking about HIMS, HIMS. Take a look at that one.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
No kidding.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's similar to Snap, actually, which I have a position in for a little while now. Mm-hmm. And I mean, I'm still up slightly, but, part of me is like, do I get out of this and just kind of let things settle? Or, I'm up. So, it's just tough, Trading plan says stay in, but my gut says, why don't we just pull out and reposition if we want? So, anywho. That's where we are.
Well, On that note, I'm going to
Yes.
leave you. I'll see you in about an hour.
Sounds good. We'll see you in a little bit, Barry.
Okay.
Have
Bye-bye.
a relaxing hour.
I will.
All right, everybody. So as Barry slides on out for the hour and I slide on in, got the screen transition up. And I think we are ready to rock and roll here for this noon session on Monday, June 17th, 2024. As per usual, I don't have any pre-done content here. I always find it best when you folks drive the content and the direction we head in these Q&As with your questions and things that you need and you're looking at via the software and market and all that. But of course, as always, do my best to keep things moving and informative and relative and relevant to what we are doing here. With that said, as I often also say, I cannot answer the questions that are not asked. So please make sure you pop those in there for me. With all that said and behind us now, let's I don't know, we could dive around the market real quick here for my, while I'm not day trading actively anymore, I still have a day trading scan up here. That was my go-to for, a year and a half or 2 years, whatever it was. So I guess January 2022, I started using this. I've refined it a little bit since then, but it's still fairly similar to what I had going on there. It's, my relative strength from the open scan here. So let's take a look at a few of these. We've got BRTX here, so it's interesting enough. Good volume, good liquidity, just about, there we go, 2.5 million shares traded on. It's 5.6 on the relative volume. Biotech, low price stock. You can see it's been active here for a few days. So this is Monday. Let's drill down a little closer here. The Monday, that's Friday, that's Thursday. This is Wednesday. So yeah, a lot going on in the stock here for the last 4 trading days, including today. I don't think it's any surprise that it got rejected off that 250 level here. And if we were to draw a line across that, I'm going to drawing tool out. Plus we have this drawing tool for the chart here. I don't think that's any shock right there. And again, anybody with questions, please fire those away for me. Always prefer it when we're engaging as a community here. That said, we'll roll on NBY. Bring this drawing tool over this way. So NBY, what do we got going on here? Kind of a funny one here. So, the volume's a little more than, the liquidity is a little more than I really thought at first. 750,000 shares traded already to this point. So it's going to eclipse 1 million shares more likely than not. And that's good for 6 relative volume here. What I was kind of about is this gap down and a move up. And you start to get these big shadows here, medium-sized ones there. So, real interesting look there from that. And it just continued to show tough trader because it really took off here on a percent basis anyways. Dollar-wise too, not too shabby either to go from under 250 to up over $3. That's a good move for, most any stock that's, let's say, under $30, right? Kind of splitting hairs on what one may consider on a good dollar move here. I see it's pinned under that VWAP and an 8 EMA on a 5-minute chart now. So going to need to put in some work to get some interest back in that again. We can also see that the volume has really started to taper off. But, I think that's also very typical we see in this hour here, noon Eastern. Traders start to take breaks, lunch, nap, whatever it is that they're doing. Institution desks, the same kind of thing for the overall market in general. and people come back and start to set up and formulate thoughts, plans, and ideas for the rest of the day. As we head into what some refer to as that power hour time. So perhaps this could be one of those items on the list for those folks. MDIA. And again, folks, please interrupt. If there's questions, or you have anything going on, or want to take it another direction. That's totally fine. So MDIA here, another gap down and a reversal. This one a little less on the liquidity. Probably gets over 1 million shares on the day today, but no, there's never a guarantee in these things. We can see it has been on a bit of a liftoff, had itself a move back here in the spring as well. Just watch those big topping shadows. Stocks like this tend to have personality. We can see some topping shadows through here as well. So, that's something I'd be watching, keeping an eye on. Michael, how are you? Good to see you. Good to see you. ASTSW. So, I guess the warrants for ASTS here. I think we'll skip over that because we're going to head into ASTS anyway. So VRNA. Again, a lot of the same here with these topping and bottoming shadows. They make, direction hard to decipher. But I would also say a common theme we're seeing in most of these stocks that we are piling through right now is they've had some moves coming into today from the prior week. So something to keep note of, SMFL. I feel like we've talked about this one recently. Maybe not. Probably at some point. Again, we talked, I just mentioned stocks with personality. So you just want to be careful. We're up here near the high of the day, well off that low, but we see what this likes to do with those topping shadows. You can see it's a real trend for it. That doesn't mean it has to do it. It doesn't mean it will do it, but it just means being aware and possibly implementing something a little extra to our trading plan. Should we be looking at this, would be a wise move. ASTS, so like I said, we looked at the warrants already, but we kind of cruised by them to get to the meat of the stock here instead. And, another one here, quite a move here over the last month plus, continuing to move up, doing it on lighter volume than some of the other moves have been done, but it counts equally all the same. Very liquid at 10.2 million shares traded, 1.33 on that relative volume. So, there's some interest in it. And we can see here on these volume bars going into last Friday, interest remains higher than we had most of last Friday during the day. And if we just want to do a little exercise here, roll this out to a 60-minute chart. So we're looking at a few days worth of volume here. We're looking overall, this segment here is overall looking a little bigger than several days prior to it. And volume does take itself a shot up here before really starting to scale right there. So the interest remains there. And on a longer term basis, let's back to a 5-minute chart. Scroll this bad boy out. On a longer term basis, the thing is really breaking out over a couple of years here. So we've got to go all the way back to September of 2022, November 2022 to see these levels again. So a year and a half-ish, give or take. So definitely another noteworthy item here for this stock. Multiple time frames looking at like that. And again, folks, do not hesitate to reach out with any questions here in that. Let's scroll on through LICY. LICY. Seeing that, not as much. I was going to say seeing that personality trade again with the topping tails. It's got, we've got those couple in there and these couple right here. But, I wouldn't consider that and that so much in that category of the topping tails and personality. So we know the potential is there, but not necessarily at that level that we've seen other stocks do that in. This, good liquidity, just shy of 1.5 million traded on it and just under 10 on that relative volume. So we've got a for sure an active trader. Again, kind of continuing that theme, stocks that continue to move up from last week. Volume stays pretty healthy here. The rate it's going, it may challenge Friday's volume on that pretty good size move that it made Friday. Will it bounce now after this topping off just above $5 today? Time will tell, but it's certainly an active trader on the day to keep an eye on. And last but not least, MIRM. $30 level looms big for it right here, right? Just going back into last year. We can see it made this move up over it and right back under it. And again, it does that. And it's been, it's been a magnet and a bear to get over. So we'll see what happens here. Again, relative volume is really kicking on that. Liquidity is pretty decent looking here. Interestingly enough, last week it starts to make a move up, fades, and then gets a pop today. So maybe it's part of the bottoming process that's going on here. An argument certainly could be made for that. Again, just shy of 1.6 million shares traded. And again, anybody with questions, let me know. All right, so I guess with that said, let's take a look real quick at the rest of the overall market. The trend remains intact. I want to pull this picture-in-picture out for just a moment here. And so there's our bottom we've talked about ad nauseum last fall. And just one real solid, beautiful trend. We end up with this pullback here. And the trend comes right back intact. And again, is it over? Not at the moment. Could today be the last day of it? Sure, why not? Is it likely to be? Unlikely to be. What does DEC mean? I'm not sure where you see the DEC. If you can give me some direction into where you see that DEC, do my best to answer that. The formula editor. I'm not sure what DEC in the formula editor is. I don't, have the codes memorized like that. Let me pull up the form. Where is it under the formula editor? Is it in the overview sheet or is it in the formula sheet? It should have a list next to it. It should be listed next to it wherever DEC would be. So that's not what I wanted. In the filter codes, it'll say here, and what is the filter actually? You see DTC, that's days to cover. I have no idea then. You'd have to reach out to whoever Bob is in that case. I'm not sure what he's done. But I mean, for general purposes, if you don't see it on this page here or this page here, it's not an actual code then. You know, you've got these here. Price last, you know, all that. That's it. The CEO or ex-CEO of what? Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm trying to think what Bob, because there's never been a Bob here that's worked here. So, you know, SPY and tech are our leaders. You know, SPY is tech heavy, Qs are tech heavy. Same concept. I think the trend is not as nice in the Qs as it is in the SPY as we look through this here. Kind of more of this bow shape that we come into that sharper pullback. Then the trend is a little nicer through here than in the SPYs were. So it's interesting to note in diamonds. DIA. Similar to the Qs through here, struggling through here though. And so we can continue to see that tech is the real leader at this point. If we go through sectors, maybe we'll do that in a moment. You know, pretty clear via the sectors, all of that. Hi, can someone find a pre-made scanner layout for momentum trading small cap, something that scans the following? Yes, Brad Williams. Yep, sure. But you know, I'm not familiar with what he might have there. You know, with 20 years of content put out there. Not familiar with all of it, of course. So maybe shoot an email with what you're talking over to the info at. Back to bring bacon. You know, I can give you a halt scanner. You know, I could share some cloud links to some of these things, and you could formulate your own layout out of it. You could add it to other pre-layouts. So here's a halt scanner, halts and resumes. There's that. Here's a high-a-day momentum multi-strategy scanner you can have. More focused on low flow kind of stuff out of that scanner. If you want something up 10% in the last 10 minutes, you know, we can work through an exercise right now. So let's go new. New alert window. Or let's not go new alert window. There we go. Let's see. So change 10 minutes and a percent, right? So we can add that. And we want to see, you said it's up 10% in the last 10 minutes. I don't really have a price range, so I'm going to give it a $1 floor. Let's give it a minimum amount of shares traded of 500,000. You know what? If it's making a move like that, let's go 275,000. Just in case it's, not traded a ton and this is the beginning of a move for some reason, or partially into it, because 10 minutes, doesn't necessarily mean the beginning of a move. Doesn't mean the end either. I'm going to leave relative volume at 0 because, again, if we put a minimum on it and all of a sudden the stock hadn't been trading and now it is, and it may take some time to get over a relative volume threshold, we don't want to miss it because of that. When you're moving that much in that little bit of time, I'm not sure you're going to want to add a whole lot else, but maybe we do a volume. Volume 1 minute. Use a 1 minute. Let's add that filter. Let's go 250 on this. And so essentially we're saying it needs to be 2.5 times what it's normally doing over 1 minute for that. And so this is the base of a scanner for you there, Bacon. So 10% in 10 minutes for Bacon. And of course, use this as the base. Oh, we're going to use also, hold on. I'm going to use a new high on the day. Let's add that alert. Get rid of that crossed above resistance. We're going to press OK. I'm going to share this out with you. And, take this as a template. You could use it as is, obviously. But take it as a template if you want and, piggyback and add on to it. You can go, of course, into the configure of that scanner. We can go into the configure of any scanner by right-clicking configure. And in the search, we can search for things that we want. If it's not there, we don't have it. We can, we click on anything. We can add it as a filter. And we can give it a value afterwards. So give you a little something base-wise to work off of. You might also consider going through some of our channels and possibly saving a scan or two from there that you may find of interest to you. So I'm going to go to dock channel bar because I don't want to lose my layout for that drawing. But, maybe something in here. This out of the way. What do we got going on here? So, and the explosive winners is going to be kind of more of those stocks that are shooting up type of thing. So you may want to see, maybe you want this Trade Ideas Winners Watcher, right? So you can right click, duplicate it into a free floating window like that, right click and select Save or Share to Cloud and go ahead and save that to your cloud. And then moving forward, you can go File, Load from Cloud, and it'll be up there in your cloud for you. And you could load that in any layout and then save it as part of that layout. There are a lot more channels in the undocked channel bar, but if I click on this, I'm going to lose my layout, and I don't want to lose my layout with things that I have going on here right now. So, but you could peruse through. There's the Show More. So, you got momentum here. You've got the explosive winners. You've got, if we're looking at trying to look for short squeeze, things that are falling, unusual options, volume, so on and so forth. So, feel free to go through those, and you may find a scan or two from some of those. And you can always take those scans, and once you've saved the individual scan, you can then go ahead and make any adjustments you want and resave it in the configure of that. Just know that anything you change, make sure to save it to your cloud or save it locally. I really recommend saving it to the cloud because then it's, real safekeeping there like that for you. Drop that out of the way. Let's move that out of the way. And of course, if you have more questions or comments or anything at all, don't be shy. Keep those coming in here so I can make sure that we get you moving in a positive direction that you, A, want to be moving in, and B, need to be moving in to get the most out of the software for yourself. Yeah, of course. Always, it helps to hit the ground running with some things. And, one thing I always impart to people is that what you have going on now with scans and layouts as you're building things, the newer you are, the faster it will change. And eventually it'll start changing a little less. And then, it won't change a whole lot once you have, a trading plan and set of scans that work around that trading plan. Essentially, my layout has mostly stayed the same for the last 2 years, probably at this point, give or take. I make maybe little tweaks on the sizings of the windows, or maybe I move one window from one spot to a different spot on a screen. But I have everything. Everything's on just 2 screens, and I could probably almost cut this down to a screen and a half at this point. I just have some things up to have up because. And again, keep them coming. All right. Yeah. What were we doing? Oh, yeah. We were talking about the indexes. So we kind of took a tour around those. IWM, ever so important. The IWM, obviously, its market cap is less than less, to say the least. But the IWM represents the Russell 2000, which is your small cap stocks. So it doesn't have a lot of weight in the sense of moving the markets, but it does carry a lot of weight in the sense of sentiment of the market. And, the healthier this looks, the more people want to be participating in the market, generally speaking. So, this is something to consider. We look way back here, and this is the topping out of it back in 2021, coming out of 2020. Here's the probably somewhere in here's the divide to move over from 2020 to 2021. It just kind of hangs here. We enter the bear market of 2022 and just kind of runs sideways, even though in 2020, the first half of 2023, was one of the greatest markets of starts of all time. And it just hasn't really gotten going. It also hasn't absolutely collapsed either, right? So let's keep things in perspective. And Barry and I, at the beginning of this, for those that were here, we're talking about a lot of chop and no follow through, and a lot of the things that we look at, especially the intraday stuff, is gonna be the smaller cap things. And so when you're seeing this kind of chop and movement in the small caps and the IWMs in general, that's where you're getting this from. That's where you're going to see that from, versus some of the nicer trending stuff. Want to be careful in the sense of, I don't want people to think, because I'm not in the camp, and I kind of find it very odd when people keep telling or keep saying, they're essentially lying, that it's 7 stocks are moving the stock market. That's absolutely not true. And to further my case of that not being true, here, let's load. I got a scan here. I'll share it as well. 1 second. It's a lifetime range scan, essentially. And so it's going to look at stocks that are 85% above their lifetime lows. Let's get that open. And look how many stocks are above that, right? So for someone to say that it's 7 stocks, and let's take it even further. I've got this column here, right? I'm going to widen it out a little bit. Look at this column. This is the percent that it is above its lifetime low, or you could think of it above its lifetime high. Look how many stocks are within 10% of their all-time highs. By my count, I'm not great at math either, but that's a lot more than 7. 7 would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That would be 7. This looks like a lot more than 7. Now, while I will note the Qs, SMH, and XLK, all representing tech more than less, we're still at more than 7, even with that. And, there's more to go scrolling down here. And I have some volume metrics in this as well. So we're not just getting stocks that, trade 5 shares a day. If I come into the configure here and look at what I've got going on, the stock's got to be above $8, relative volume of 1, and trade at least 1 million shares on the day as well. So, we're not just looking at some nonsense stocks here that are, cherry picked so we can fill a narrative if it's more than 7 stocks going up. It's easy to show it's more than 7 stocks going up. This is real clear here. And if I remove the relative volume filter, I bet this list gets even bigger. Just do that for fun. Yeah, I mean, it really almost doubled that list essentially, right? So, and all these have traded at least 1 million shares on the day today. Steve, why would I want? So I don't know if Steve's in the chat and you're trying to reference him, but it's not Steve here. It's Chris. I don't know that you would also, I don't know that you want RSI low on a pullback. I don't use RSI, so I don't really have an answer in regards to that because I don't use it. I know the basics of it. Over 70 we're overbought, under 30 we're oversold. If I were to attempt to use it, I wouldn't want to see a low RSI on a pullback. I would want to see the RSI kind of stay high on the pullback. Actually, personally, I show there's still some strength there given the pullback. But I don't use RSI in any way, shape, matter, or form, so I can't. I'm not any kind of RSI authority in that regard. Like I said, I just know the general things I need to know about it for Chartered Market Technicians Association content. SPY is ripping. Yes, as a matter of fact, it is. Look at that. Ain't that something? So, Black Experience, SPY is ripping. So let's bring that up. Oop, not SPU. There we go. SPY. Put up a 5-minute chart of it. Really taking off to another all-time high. Going to get rid of that lifetime range scan. I think we covered that. Lifetime high was 544.12. We are now a full point plus above that. Good volume on it here overall. Yeah, that's significant for now. Very bullish. Oh, no worries, Michael. Sometimes Steve or Andy or Jamie, they're here in the, they're listening to the live streams, and sometimes they put something in the chat and I might not notice it. So I didn't know if Steve had something in there earlier that you were referencing, perhaps. Also, I'm told very often that Steve and I sound very similar. So that was something when I first started here at Trade Ideas, and some of the first meetings I went to, everybody's like, "Holy cow, you guys sound the same." So, but yeah, no offense taken or anything like that. I just want to make sure I didn't miss something that had been talked about, in the chat itself, and then I was, oblivious to that and not referencing it properly. What are we doing? So all right, yes, we went through that. We shared some scans. We went over some scans. We talked about don't let people lie to you that it's only 7 stocks dragging the market up. There was something else I was going to talk about. Does anybody remember what it was? I'm just kind of teasing. Okay, there's something else. I can't think of it now. All right, well, let's move on. If it comes back to me, it'll come back to me. And again, keep the questions and the comments coming, folks. I always like it when that happens. B dry. Sorry, I brought up a sector analysis here. So yeah, let's. I want to widen this out real quick, and for the position and range for the year, we could either leave it like this, or we could also go. Let's do both. Let's look at it both ways for now. Let's start with things that are strongest on the year. Come on. There we go. So your XLK representing tech. Qs again, Vanguard your information, SMH your semiconductors, SOC, SPY, XLC. That's interesting that's up here right now. More communications. So we can see what the real leader is, and the leader right now is what the leaders were back beginning of 2023 on that really epic bull run that we went on at the beginning of 2023. So yeah, you just got to note these things like that. I want to go to the flip side of this. And the things that are weak here, VXX, you can ignore that. That has to do with the VIX, and I don't think it's a good gauge of anything. Not to mention technical analysis. Cardinal Sin is doing technical analysis on the VIX. I know there are people that do it. That's fine. If you have some kind of system that works for you, by all means, so be it. But I think you will find that 99.9% of technicians will tell you we don't do analytics on the VIX in that regard. But here's IYT representing transports, and okay, so this had a decay moment. That's not great. Maybe I got to find a different. Yeah, maybe I got to find a different one that we can represent that with. That's not going to work. All the same, it's still still in a wicked downtrend, anyways. That's one of the things with these ETFs when you get a decay or something like that. Lithium ion, the batteries. Again, just a terrible looking chart, continues to fall. Definition of a falling knife. Clean energy. I beat up on a lot, but I beat up on bad charts. That's what I do, as a technician. The day that this starts making moves and looking good again, you better believe I want to be a participator in anything clean energy related that's strong. But for now, we don't see it, and we can see that reflected again. So, lithium is considered clean energy, terrible looking chart. Solar is considered clean energy, terrible looking chart. I don't know, perhaps TAN is kind of finding a bottom here. I'm not seeing it at this point. I still feel it's very heavy at this point, and still kind of, it looks like it's ready for another breakdown, to be honest. Will it? I don't know, but I'm not betting my money into this at all. So that's how it works. IYZ, your telecommunications, which is interesting in the sense of you've got a lot of communications up, but this is not. Natural gas continues to be, weak overall. Cloud computing, same thing here. What I would also like to note with this is these weaker sectors, they are very small sectors. They make up a very little amount of the overall market, right? These weak sectors here. Same thing for, it's a dividend REIT. This is something that you would see people using for protection if they believe the market is in a topping process. SLX, your steel, kind of interesting here in the sense that you see this when a lot of building is going up and happening, driving the economy, but that's not where this is coming from. I think we can see that the tech consumer is what's really driving economies right now. Your oil services here, again, on the year, they just can't seem to get it in gear. Every time it looks like it's ready to make that move, it breaks back down again. Up and down, slightly up here and just breaking down again. I will note, on a longer term trend, okay, but It's starting to get this top heavy look right here. Let's see what happens. Can it break that? If it were to do that and break that, I'd be looking at it for strength. For the moment, it does look like a possible breakdown is on the way. Weed stocks, I don't think, what could I say about these that I haven't before? All that kind of stuff like that. So autonomous driving, I mean, get the heck out of here with that stuff. And then we get into some banks here, right? Banks are just kind of flattish. Same thing, here's energy. We can skip the 20-year bond. Some more energy. My platform is freezing up apparently. I would really hate if I lost my layout right now. All right, well, we'll pause that train of thought. I see a few things that came in here. Do you have a scanner for? No, I don't have anything for witching days. I don't put any heat into any of that stuff. I'm not an options person. I trade stuff based on the charts, and I'm a firm believer that those things aren't going to impact an overall trend. Overall long-term trend, which is what I'm more concerned with. Yeah, I mean, if you mean Lance Armstrong, the bicyclist, I've never heard of him referenced in finance literally ever, so I don't even know. I'm not even sure what to say. Yeah, witching has to do with option settlements and rollover for monthly contracts and futures. So like when you hear, it's quad witching day or whatever it is, you have funds that have to window dress for the end of a quarter. You have options expirations, and you have futures contract expirations that roll over into the next month. So it's not like those expirations affect people and how they, generally speaking anyways, and how they feel about what the market is doing and the trends of those markets. So, all right, I'm clearly completely locked up at this point. So bear with me here, everyone. This is much unfortunate, as I'm about to lose a lot of work that I was doing today. Where? All right. Let's get you out of here and let's relaunch my lost layout. Yeah, so he must be trading options or something like that in that case. Above my, I won't say above, it's out of my wheelhouse. All right, so let's get that back open. All right, so where were we? We're looking at position range. We flipped it around on the sectors here, and we started to move into some things that start to get positive here. So we saw, the regionals here on the banks, right? Yeah, we did that. And just kind of bear with me. Get the browser on that. I'll put this as a true map. All right. So, just kind of floating around here in no man's land right now. This is that collapse when, the banking system was all over and First Republic or whatever, went under, and we're all going to have a run on the bank and have no money again. Just kind of floating around that area. That's it, really, really neither positive or negative at that point. We talked about energy, XLE. You had How many energy bulls, right? And it's just kind of at this point. $90 is a big deal here on that XLE, I'd say. This is going to be a whoopsie breakdown, and it makes a move back up. Time will tell. I don't think people are betting for that at the moment. Just let's zoom out a little more on an overall picture. I don't know that we necessarily see a big collapse here. I won't be surprised to see a pullback into this 80 level. While I do my very best to stay away from politics, we can't ignore that there are what's called cycles, and one of them is an election cycle. And I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, there is an election that's going to happen later this year in the United States of America. With no comment to anything about the people involved in it from one level of the election cycle or the other, I just think generally we don't see energy do great during the election cycle like this. You're going to have a lot of talk from everyone about how we want to keep costs down and don't want it to be an added tax on the middle class or poor and so on and so forth. And so I think, that we see a little bit of that cycle play out here on energy itself. China was a darling for a hot minute there, right? Same thing. I mean, what a nice move this year. It's come back down. It's back under this level. That's, I think, a very key level. Let's see what happens from there. There's a lot of room for China to move back up if we can get some strength in it again. I'm always careful with Chinese stocks, of course. I think, what is it, Luckin Coffee or something like that? It's a reason why I get real cautious with Chinese stocks. It just, you want to end up in a situation like that. That's all. A lot of money to be made in China, I'm sure, still second largest economy in the world and all that. And they're not going anywhere, right? That's for sure. But for now, is it baby steps forward or is it a continued trend at this point, right? So, what is it here? Here's a topping out of it. Was the trend line down like this? That seems not really realistic. It was the trend line down like this. Maybe it's a little more realistic here, and it's broken that downtrend. Now, it's got to build a base camp to get back up to that next one. Certainly could make an argument for that. Is it ready to just break down off that trend line again and back into that trend? Could also make an argument by that as well. So all valid arguments. I looked at gold in a while. The gold miners. It's interesting enough. Gold miners still well below their highs from back in 2020, but where's GLD? No, it's got to be towards the upper end of things. There's GLD. Representing gold itself here. So, it's peaked out. It's kind of just floating along here. Let's see what GLD can't do. We look at all this time that's spent in this kind of range in here, right? Before really busting out. Do we see another long-term range like that after making these all-time highs and just continues for a while? Doesn't seem unreasonable. One of the things I want to note, though, is generally speaking, gold had been very tied to inflation. We did not see that play out exactly like it has in history. Perhaps the move that it made to all-time highs was it simply playing catch-up to all of that. But I think it's important to note that, our highest inflation back in 2022 and all that, and those CPI numbers that came out in that fall, we did not see gold make any moves based on that whatsoever. I mean, at all. It wasn't until, nearly 17, 18 months later that gold started to really do anything. We'll call 15 months later, 15 plus months later, we started to see gold really start to do something. So again, everybody's guess is as good as the next person. Everybody's got a reason that will fit their narrative on what it is. The only thing I comment is gold's move to inflation was very late, and what it does from here, I haven't a clue. So my thoughts on day swing trading the big tech stocks such as NVIDIA and ARM. I've noticed a great upward trend once the RSI hits the 20s or 30s. I don't use RSI, so I can't really make a comment to that. I could put it up there, but since it's not part of my trading plan, it's not something I look at, so it won't really, there's not a lot I could say to it as far as that goes. My thoughts on swing trading or day trading them, I think like anything else, you just have to have your plan to it. I don't generally trade stocks at high prices or very, very large floats. So, we bring up NVIDIA. Go ahead. I think we've kind of run our course on the sector analysis stuff. We can always bring it back if we need to. So let's shift this all back to the way I had it. There we go. 24 billion in the float. I mean, and I know it's split now. So generally I'm not trading stocks, much over $50, to be honest. It's just the way my trading plan is and what I like to see. So I think, like anything else, trading any stock is about your risk management plan. And it's really boils down to something as simple as that. With the higher float stocks, when you've got so many institutions involved in it, perhaps I want to say I could knock my trading plan to the side on that. But the reason why I don't trade a lot of very high flow stocks or don't trade high float stocks in general is just because it takes so much to get those things moving. And I'm looking at days to a week or 2 weeks of holding something versus institutions that are looking at months and months and months of holding things. They have levels of funds that I have nowhere near that kind of leverage, that they can sit on positions for long periods of time and not have them move anywhere and not have it negatively impact them. I cannot do that. If, I'm not getting alpha out of the positions that I'm in, I'm not making money, right? And I can't just sit there and have my money allocated to something that isn't moving and justify that, right? So that's my, personal thoughts and explanation or logic and reasoning behind it. Someone that's got, let's just use a number that I think most people can agree on is a lot of money. If you've got, a $5 million trading account and you're allocating $150,000 or $300,000 to something like NVIDIA or Apple or Microsoft or Facebook, whatever, Meta, whatever the heck the thing is called now. And you got $150,000 or $200,000 tied into something like that. All right, that's not the end of the world. You still have a lot of capital to allocate to other things. I'm not in that position. So, I can't personally do that. So that's, I think it's very important to keep things relative to A, your account, B, your trading plan, and C, your risk management plan, right? And those things are all very intertwined in that regard. So I hope that helps in a sense. What else? Oh, see, this is why I always don't want to lose my layout. I lost all those winners, and I go through the top 10 winners to see if there's anything that I want to look at as a possible swing trade. Because sometimes I get, not a ton of times, but sometimes I get some swing trade ideas from this, But alas, data's wiped. I lost it. You are welcome, Ryan. Hopefully that made some sense. And I never want to seem like I'm dodging a question, but I can't just give someone a trading plan or tell them, oh yeah, you should be trading these stocks without a question. Look, I'm someone who started with an extremely small account, however many years ago. I could never, and I understand that, oh, well, you could just take the small position and, a percentage-based move on it. It doesn't always work like that across with smaller accounts. I also learned that while not trading the larger price stocks was not something I could really do for success, trading the really small price ones was even more dangerous than anything else. And that's why I don't really like to look at stocks on my trading under $11-ish. Do I know what's usually the impact of U.S. elections on tech stocks? I don't. I don't know if there's a study on that or not. I wouldn't even be able to venture a guess on that. Sorry. There has to be something out there. I'm trying to think if I've, across my many readings of things like this, but nothing that I could specifically see. It's not like with energy where, everybody is impacted by energy because, look, while there's certainly more work from home people than ever before, people are driving to work, buses and trains to work for the most part, and energy prices affect and impact all of those forms of transportation into and out of wherever everybody's working. And my case where I live, the town I live in, it's called a bed town for Manhattan, meaning that most of the people here, they sleep here and they work in Manhattan. So, some of them are driving to various train stations for various reasons and taking the trains in. There is a train station here, but people have different reasons for wanting different trains for times and things like that. So energy is a lot different when it comes to the election cycle than anything else. And I wouldn't even be able to venture a guess where, I guess let's call them parties, where either party stands on tech. I mean, anybody could say anything and I'd say, sure, why not? AMC and GME off the bounce. Let's take a look at AMC. Might want to drill down on this chart a little bit. Woof. Yeah, not. First off, I don't trade these stocks, period. But yeah, ain't touching that. GME, I'm gonna guess looks the same. Yeah, almost exactly the same. So time will tell. Time will tell on what happens here with those. But I have no money allocated into what does or does not happen with those. Anybody involved in them, whatever side they're on, I just hope they have a trading plan, they execute it well, and they don't suffer any loss bigger than what their trading plan and account can handle. As long as people execute those plans and trade accordingly to those. Phenomenal trading vehicles, without a question. Phenomenal day trading vehicles, GME and AMC, without a question. Phenomenal day trading vehicles. So,
can you say that one more time?
Sure, why not? Phenomenal day trading vehicles.
Ooh, okay. You're so
funny. Hear you come in here.
You're so funny, though. I think there's maybe an election coming up. You're a funny guy. I think maybe I heard maybe there's an election.
I was at the grocery store and I overheard someone talking about it. So
somebody was sizing up some grapefruits or something.
And how did you know? How did you know it was grapefruits?
Well, we're in season. I think so. Oh my goodness. Well, actually, I've had a good trade in MIRM. Take a look at that one. That's from our AI, and I was a little reluctant because the spread wasn't great. But just before I went on my break with you, I said, you know what, just take the stupid thing, and I did. And that
$30 break, it really made a great move off that.
Exactly.
It was fighting with it all through there, and then once it popped over, it tested it twice. Yeah, really nice trend afterwards. So
yeah,
let's see if this
it had some news and
sideways.
Did have some actual news, and we got some analysts, putting some pretty lofty price targets on it. And you look left on the weekly, and it still has some room. So it all seemed to make sense, except for the spread. But I just sort of said, take the darn thing, and hey, worked out.
I see. I mean, I'm surprised given the volume in this, traded 1.8 million shares. Usually see when stocks are trading that much, the spread will tighten up a bit, but no, I mean, at 13 cents right now, and it was 11
At some point it was 20, 25 cents. And I just, I had, but luckily with IB, you've got that way in which you can select a midpoint, and I got a decent fill on it. So,
okay. Can't argue with that.
Well, I could, but I won't.
You're right. Fair enough. You can argue with anything.
Exactly.
In fact, people do it every day.
Yeah. Back and forth. Well, my friend, thank you again for taking over for me for this, for this 1 hour. Gave me a break, and now I guess I'll take over for him, unless you want to take another hour.
Normally I would say sure. Today isn't one of those normally days, though.
Oh, really?
No, okay. I'm mentally preparing. My way off topic here, but our softball community here, we have a lot of girls that play. It was, at our division, what we call 10U. It was 33 girls in 3 teams. We took the best of the best and created an all-star team, and we are now entering the Little League of America tournament that starts today. And that's the beginning steps on the road to Little League World Series. Not that we're going to get there, but anyways, all fun the same. So,
did your daughter make the cut?
She did.
Oh, well done.
Yes.
Well done. What position?
She is our first base, and I'm batting her number 3 today. I'd probably bat her cleanup, except that she had a wrist injury earlier in the season, so it might have cost her some of her power. But she says she's 100%. But
put me in, coach.
Yeah, more than less. So.
Well, the number 3 hitter, I mean, that supposedly is a good average, decent RBIs, and all that sort of stuff. Isn't that correct?
That is correct. So, she is the best 4 average hitter and the best on base percentage of everybody in the league this year. So,
well, I'm starting to cry a little bit for your daughter. Okay. well, good luck. Good luck.
Thank you. All right.
Okay. I'll take over now.
Perfect.
Okay. Bye, Chris.
All right. Bye, everybody. Thank you again. We'll see you soon.
Okay, guys, I'm back. All right, guys, I'm back. Back in all the rooms, both rooms. And I was telling Chris, now you guys heard me talk about the MIRM, and I was not happy with the spread, but it just looked too darn juicy. So I ended up taking some. I actually ended up taking some, as Chris said on that. Well, I waited. It was a little over that 30 break, but and luckily with IB, you can kind of pick that midpoint, and I was able to get a decent fill. I'm out most of it now. Had news. Had room looking left on a weekly chart, and I had a bunch of upgrades. So I just said, you know what, just do it. Now I see that GME had, I guess, kind of a non-event. Well, I shouldn't say a non-event. Whatever they were saying. I know they talked about closing stores, emphasizes focus on profitability and avoiding hype. Well, that's not what people wanted to hear. They want to hear the hype. So obviously a bit of a disappointment for those of you who are hoping that GME, number 1, maybe the kitty would show up and be appointed or anointed president. Kidding, of course. But anyway. Yes, an XPOF, guys. I mean, a great example of, I know I'm sort of nagging on this, but, take off, if you have our AI, do not have profitability checked, okay? Do not have it checked. Because I think you should see the alerts all day long. They can set up at different times and even give you a better entry. And I think XPOF is a great example. I did not take it, but you can just kind of see what happened. It had the alert early at 13.88. It dropped all the way down to 12.89. That's a dollar. But then it came back up, kind of held underneath, the alert price. And had you been watching this right here, you might have said, well, you know what? These two bottoming tails looks like the sellers are kind of tired here. You could have waited for it to come back up to the alert price, or maybe got in just underneath. Oh, I'm kind of kidding, Michael. Anyway, so let's see. So ATN, whoops, let me get rid of the announcement. So ATNF has some room. Yeah, wow, it's got a lot of room. ATNF has got a lot of room. But, the theme of the day is chop, 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 chop. Look at this. But maybe it'll settle down if it gets over 2. Maybe. It's a low float, another one of those low floaters. Oh, I don't know, Michael. It was called a meme stock a long, long time ago. I think because memes, some of the little, some people thought they were funny, and about what was happening with GME. All right, you guys have been talking about ASTS. ASTS also. I see the warrants are doing well. Yeah, so good one. I know some of you were in this one or wish you were still in it. There you go, Pepe. Thank you. So it's not just a joke. I mean, some of them are very amusing, but what happened to GME, DJMX? Well, at 12:30, they started their shareholders meeting, and I guess Ryan Cohen, the CEO, he was talking, and I guess he wasn't saying all the things the apes wanted to hear. I think this was the key right there, avoiding hype. So, I mean, I'm not, I didn't listen to it. I didn't have to listen to it, but whatever he was saying, I mean, it wasn't, I think I don't know what they thought he would say, but whatever he said, they didn't like it. So there you go. And meanwhile, yeah, while I was on, look at this. That was a massive move right there. That was at 12:15 to 12:30. Straight up, close at the highs. That candle right there, that 15-minute candle, and still moving higher. And of course, yeah, all-time highs for the SPY. Michael, I have no idea what you're talking about. Okay, let's see. Now, did HIMS come back after that huge drop? Yeah, look at this. I mean, great trading vehicle if you can figure out, the tops and the bottoms of this. I mean, this was unbelievable. I haven't seen this stupid one for a while. Stupid because I hate the ZJYL. So, Michael, if you're talking about Brad Williams, I mean, of course, he's one of the partners. Okay, guys, again, I don't have very much of it left, but I'm just going to hold on to some of this MIRM and see if it has another little run. Don't have much left. It still has some room. The next high looking left is 32.68. So over $1 till that weekly high. No, he's not the CEO, Michael. Okay. All right, where could this keep going to? XPOF, the next high looking left, coming right into it. So that might stall it if you were in this one. 1467 is the next high looking left. Didn't Cava just get creamed on Friday? CAVA? I'm wrong. Okay, I'm sorry. It was something else I was thinking of. I think it was Casa. I think it was Casa that got creamed. Well, okay, let's see. You're talking about Chipotle. So 90 million in the float here. How much? How many in the float for CMG? Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy how low this float is for a $3,300 stock. Amazing. All right, thank you, William. William says he'll keep the room open until about 4 o'clock. I'll probably be taking off at around 2:30, between 2:30 and 2:45, or later if there are questions. You know what, Michael? I'm talking to Michael, and you give me way too much credit. I only use a handful of alerts. In fact, new high of the day, new low of the day, and a few filters. That's it. I don't dive into the weeds like you seem to want to do with trade ideas, but I have a very, very, very simple style of trading. I know I mentioned this GL earlier today, and I have this thing. I have it thumbnailed. Hasn't been too bad. I did not take it, but what's the next high looking left? 80.52. Well, again, an otherwise kind of a dreary day for me. The MIRM has, given me a lot more than I thought. And that came from our AI. I wish I'd got it right here, 29.24. No, Michael, no. There's no way Brad called me a master of anything. Okay. I have no idea what you're talking about. And I don't even know what FE coding is. Okay, guy. Wow, look at the SPY continuing this move up. Oh, formula editor. Wow. I wouldn't call myself a master. I hardly use the formula editor anymore. All right, I have to look at GME and where it could go. Let's take a look on this. I mean, this is a big level for it to try to hold. This 2250 or so. Takes that out. Look out below, guys. I mean, this. Michael, it's okay. I'll take your word for it then. If he called me, that must have been years and years and years and years ago. But don't. It's okay. I'll trust you. DPST short looks interesting here. Okay, let's take a look at DPST. Oh, this is so this is a bull. Why would you not? Okay, I mean, I know maybe there's not an equivalent on the short side to buy. That's 3 times. All right, MIRM just another almost a new high. Spread is tightened up just a little bit. It's only 7 cents now, 9 cents now, which is not terrible, I suppose. I'll have to put a price alert up in this area and see if it takes it out. I don't see, no, I don't see that, Dak. You mentioned that before. I see 1.09 million shares. And when you mentioned that, that's what I've got, 1.09 million shares for GME. Oh, better take my sound toggle off. Okay, well, so guys, I mean, there are actually two good ones from the AI today. I mean, seriously, the MIRM is awesome, and the XPOF, you had some patience on it. Now, SWIN, guys. Now, this is obviously be very careful with it, but some volume coming in. SWIN. High looking left, I think it's around 5. Actually, I'm wrong. It's hard. Let me back this out so I can kind of see looks like around 472. 472, I think. And then after that, 533. Yeah, so this is what we were talking about before, something to do with Ethereum, okay? And this is SWIN. I mean, again, I might be the worst company in the world. I don't know, but I mean, obviously, it should not have got up to $43 that day, but something to do with Ethereum, and thinking that if Ethereum starts having ETFs like Bitcoin did, I think the theory was that this company may be able to take advantage of it. All right, guys, totally out of the MIRM now. There are shorts available for me for this GILT, G-I-L-T, at Interactive Brokers, almost 400,000, breaking down through 5. Michael, these webinars I did about 3 of them about 10 years ago. They're so outdated that it's I don't even know where I could find them. And I did not do Q&A webinars. I did a couple of webinars on, so I don't know, the odds maker, as it was called back in the day. But I never did Q&A webinars. If you're talking about when you say you're old, but why, Michael? I mean, these are so old. Why bother wasting your time looking at something that's 10 years old? Seriously. I'm talking to Michael in our YouTube room. Look at GME. Yeah, you're right, Dak. Wow, I didn't get it. Well, personally, okay, to put a stamp on it, Michael. I personally never did a Q&A webinar. Okay, there were no. I've done. I do my daily vid, and that's it. Good, nice, nice short, Dak on the GME. Again, if it this is such a critical level. I mean, it still has a couple of dollars to go, but if it takes out this 2250-ish, So I guess the meeting was just met with a. Ugh. Oh, maybe not dead. I'm not in it anymore. MIRM. I'm not in it anymore. Oh boy, down now through 24. Yeah, you can ask Michael. Again, I haven't used the formula editor in years. Okay, absolutely years. So I think I did a webinar 10 years ago on how to use it. Okay, but not specifically, it was just in general, which you already know. So whatever webinar I may have done on the formula editor 10 years ago, 12 years ago is sort of irrelevant now. But I don't use the formula editor. Well, the silly colored emblems, I have no idea what you're talking about. I really don't. So I'm going to have to see if there's maybe this M-Core, maybe later in the day it can come back or something. I mean, it's doing nothing right now. EMKR. Don't know what you mean by the color triangle. Sorry. We have sideways ones which are to do with the AI, and if you took a trade in the simulator or something, but not upward ones. Just give me a moment. I just got to find. So again, are you talking about this? You talking about that, right? You can see on my screen a little right triangle. Are you talking about that? If you can see my screen right there for MIRM, it's just telling. I took a trade in the simulator, and it's just telling me that's where it was. No more mystery. And if I took a short, and if I turned around and shorted it, then you get the red. Okay, it's really that simple. There's nothing. It's not hard. It's don't get so hung up on these little things that you see, Michael. Seriously, but that's what it is. You take a trade in the simulator, or and probably some AI alerts from year. Well, right here. Well, no, actually, it's not the triangle. So this if I take a trade in the simulator, okay, I'll get out of this one again, flatten it, and I'll click on another symbol, CNK. Okay, shows up here. I'll take 400 shares. I'll buy it, send it. Okay, and a little triangle shows up. Yeah, so don't email me, Michael. I really don't know, okay? I honestly don't know. Maybe email info@trade-ideas.com, and maybe one of the other traders, maybe Brad will see it, okay? I don't know. I honestly don't know. Pen is on the move, guys. So the next high looking left is 1885, so this still has some room. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. And the market is unstoppable so far. It just keeps moving higher. I mean, we've only had three. Well, let's see, from 10:30, we've had three red candles and nothing wide bodied. Wow, I missed out in this one. Now, I mean, the trend's up, IREN, definitely the trend is up. You would have to deal with these bottoming tails all the way up, but boy, the trend is up. How is the other one doing? Traders circulating an article titled How This Aussie Bitcoin Miner is Cashing In on the NVIDIA AI Boom. Now, this, according to what we know about this, is not a miner, but it supplies to the miners. All right, Guy. Well, there's a bit of a lull for me here. I'll go over my homepage one last time. And now I'm assuming this code will disappear tonight, but I may be wrong. Because we do have a Father's Day code out there, but it's only good for 25%. So anyway, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So we still have the Kitty 28 for 28% off the first month only or the entire year. And if you're going to take out a subscription, please use the code that you see on my homepage. That'll help to keep this room free. This is a free room. And the way we keep it free is by people using my code to take our subscriptions, and the room gets credit for it. It says that it's really that simple. Get started, 10 short videos. I think it's the first thing you have to do. Okay, 10 short videos covering most of the major aspects of trade ideas. Trading 101 if you're new to trading. A free series of videos. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it. Trade of the week, my guess, based on the market, it did not pull back. Take a look at KODK. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Now, the suggestion was to wait for a pullback to 540. Of course, it never pulled back. So probably going to be a non-trade of the week this week. Education section is here. And then here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. You can see these two races are right here. The biggest gainers from the open and the large cappers. I'm not displaying the large cap losers, but I am but you can have it. Here is the relative strength leaders from the close percent down here. Okay, I've just truncated the title of it. And you've seen me talk about the 10-day daily breakout and down. Here they are. And here's the halts resume. So I have other scans that I don't have up and running, but you can take a look at them if you'd like. Extreme Master Blaster. It sounds like something Jamie might have put together. Not me. Could be Andy, could be Jamie, could be Steve, could be not me. Okay. Are you looking for the scan, Michael? Because thank you, Jay. If you're looking for the scan, it's a multi-strategy window. If you're looking for it, here it is. It's not me though, but here it is. Have at it. Thank you, Jay. All right, guys, let's take a look at anything else coming in here. ENLV. Boy, this has got some room if it can get going maybe tomorrow. Look at ENLV. Oh, 184 on the weekly chart. Looks like the next 184 is the next high looking left. I have to put a price alert around 190 and see if it takes it out tomorrow because look at the room it's got. So the only one I've got, Michael, the only one I've got is the one I share on my homepage as far as pre-market. Okay, so I don't have anything from like 10 years ago or, okay. So we go to my homepage and I've got my pre-market ups and downs and that's it. That's all I got. I have no idea if it's the same one in the vault. I can't open the vault because it's so old and it's in the old channel bar. I have no idea what's in there. There was a reason why it didn't make it to the other one, but I can't open it because I don't have dock channels anymore or docked windows anymore. So my layout will disappear. So okay, guys, what's Meds doing? Is Meds have wow, you know what? I mean, this has some I mean, it's such a low float. Maybe if it takes out I don't know, 940, the high's right there, it might get rolling. I'm just going to stick a price alert there. Highly risky, of course, 500,000 in the float. The trend is up on it right now, but again, with 500,000 in the float, actually, it's a good spread. 906, 910. That's not bad for this. All right, guys. 10, almost 10 to 2. Got another maybe 40 minutes or so. Ooh, how ugly is this SMFL? Wow. So whoever this Mark King is, the new CEO for XPOF, obviously the market liked it a lot. I'm continuing to watch the pen, guys, in case it's just sort of resting right now. Continuing to watch this, maybe because it's got the room. Market's moving higher. Just want to see if maybe this is just a bit of a rest. See what the rest of them are doing. WYNN and BYD. Yeah, they're all kind of LVS. They're all kind of doing the same thing. MGM. MGM is actually looking the best. No, I shouldn't say that. They're about the same. You guys were talking about Signet for quite a while. SIG, I did not, touch the, you're right, touch the 200-day moving average, 91.56. So it's sort of hanging at the 200-day. Will that stall it? Well, look, if it gets through the 200-day, 91.56 is the 200-day, so it's a little bit above it. The next high looking left is, of course, Friday's high. It was an earnings play. That's what sunk it. It was an earnings play on the 13th. This one from last week, ONMD. Let's take a look at this one. This had, or maybe it wasn't last week. It was a couple of weeks ago. I had these big spike ups. Looks like the same number of shorts available at Interactive Brokers for GME. So there's not a lot of short covering, or not yet anyway, at Interactive Brokers. Doesn't look like Penn is going to do it. I was hoping Penn might hold and move, but it doesn't look like it's going to do it. I'm talking the PENN. Oh man, DraftKings just kept going, guys. Kept going. So the next high looking left, I think it took that out, that 41.65. 42.08 took that out. Next high, wow, 43.50. Big day for DraftKings, DKNG. So I guess this is the reason traders circulating. The U.S. Supreme Court has denied the petition to hear the Florida sports betting case. The gaming compact allowing online sports betting in Florida stands. So I guess there was a movement afoot to try to, I don't know, ban online betting or something like that in Florida. Is that what it was? So anyway, I guess that's obviously has helped DraftKings. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I think I'll wrap this up now. As always, thanks for all the help all day long. And before I go, I will put the main trading room link into YouTube in case anybody wants to head over there. That room will be open until 4. No screen sharing, nobody's on the mic, but you can still talk about trading if you want. Okay, guys. Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock. I'll get on the mic at 9 o'clock a.m. Eastern time tomorrow. So have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.